Boom! We're here.
There we are.
Good evening. This is the Oblivion show. I'm Joe E.T. and this is my co-host...
DJ Hidden.
Woohoo! We did it after some problems again, but we're here with squeaky bums. How are you, Noel? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just my internet connection is not that stable. So if I, start to like that, then you know what's going on.
Yeah, indeed. I was going to ask you what you've been up to, but I know what you were doing at least yesterday because we were at the birthday party of Lizette, which was good fun, right?
Yeah, it was nice. It was fun. Yep. Yeah. It was interesting to see so many people, play these 15-minute sets, because basically you had to basically force everything within these 15 minutes. So that was kind of a challenge for everyone, I think. But it turned out.
Oh, I've lost Noel already. This is a good start. I'm going to say hello to a few people in the chat while he comes back. Hey Gade System, Jay Tracid, James Bufferland, Martin Hamburg, John Pert, the Clarkson, Drastic, Chris Degadon, Akarad. I think I saw Dave Ignian System in there as well before. Yeah, Easy Davey. Hello, buddy. Hope you're well. Noise Disorder in the house. Dean Devastator, Cam, K-Teck, Butterfist, Seiko. We've lost Noel. Oh, Noel's back. Hello, are you there?
There. Yeah. I'm back, I think.
Great start.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, go on.
No, I don't know what's going on. It's weird. It has been stable the entire day, and of course, when the show starts, it becomes unstable. But
it's the curse of the show.
I can't help it.
It happens every time there's something. We just have to power through whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, yesterday was fun, like you were saying. A bunch of us did 15-minute sets for 4 hours or more. And everyone brought their A game. Everybody brought all the special edits and all of their special DJ skills and really threw down last night. It was really good fun. A lot of stupidity, a lot of chaos, and it was a good night. Good night. Yeah. What else have you been doing?
Working primarily on new stuff. I'm doing a bunch of remixes for people. I'm working on a new Uitstedenici release for another label. Plenty of stuff to do, basically.
Nice. All right, chat looks pretty healthy. Don't forget to give it a share, guys. As ever, the stream is sponsored by Hardcore Beer. If you head to hardcorebeer.nl or hardcorebeer.co.uk and use the code OblivionShow at checkout, you will get a discount on your beers. All right. Oh, Noel's got one. I've actually got one here as well. Same one. Anyway, without further ado, let's bring on our super special guest. We have got Igor in the house. Hello, buddy.
Hello, guys.
How are you?
Good. A bit tired because it's pretty hot here in Poland, but yeah, can't wait for the show.
Nice.
So,
you've got a beer. Guys. We may as well open a beer together now, eh? Oh shit!
And it's now already.
Oh man, I've done what you didn't want to do, Noel.
Kinky hardcore beer.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
We've lost Noel again. This is my first beer in over 2 weeks. It tastes fantastic. I've been on a health kick. Nom. Yummy. Random Nerd in the chat says, I picked up 2 6-packs yesterday. Awesome, bro. I think I saw the order come in. We'll get those out to you as quick as possible. Shipping all the way to the United States. So, Igor, while we're waiting for Noel to come back, you played DEF CON recently. How was that?
was good, but at the same time very strange.
Yeah.
At the beginning, I couldn't find myself at the black stage. It's a huge stage, mainly for mainstream hardcore, reserved for mainstream hardcore. So first 20 minutes was hard, but then I found out myself on the stage, and yeah, it went well. I was pretty happy about it. But like we talked before, Joey, after this COVID and pandemic, sometimes I have this feeling that I'm really not on the stage. I'm looking on myself standing somewhere behind, you know?
Yeah, it's quite surreal.
I had this feeling for like first 20 minutes, I think, at backstage at Defcon. But yeah, was fun anyways.
Yeah,
was great to be back there, right? So yeah.
Yeah. My first main one back after COVID was well, it was actually kind of after it was Bolter Festival, and Davey played as well. Actually, he's in the chat at the moment. Hey Hellfish, easy. And yeah, it was surreal to play because I was on the stage and I was kind of where I'm supposed to be, where I'm used to being, but it felt like I was disconnected from it a little bit, and like I was watching it from behind almost. It was, very, very surreal experience. But if every gig I'm playing since, it's getting better and better, and I feel like I'm reconnecting with what I was used to doing so often.
Same here. Yeah.
Noel, are you back?
I am trying to be back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. If this continues, I'm gonna reset my router because this is weird. You know, it's I don't know what's going on, but I don't know. We'll see.
Noel, you are just a DJ hidden, right? So this is normal.
I guess so.
If you want to do that now, then go ahead. If you want to carry on, then
we'll
just go. You gonna do it now?
I'll do that now. Yeah, hold on.
Thanks, Gade System, for subscribing. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to just fill a little bit of time. You'll see a lot of the people coming up and subscribing there. Not only do we have the subscription for the channel, but you can actually also now join our channel, join the membership scheme for the channel. What that means is basically you can support us and you can help us develop, and in return we'll give you some perks. What that looks like is we have 3 tiers at the moment. We have a entry level, $1.99 a month support. We think of it like buy us a drink or a coffee or whatever. What that gives you is it gives you the colors on your name in the chat. It gives you the loyalty badges. The color of the loyalty badge changes the longer you're a member. So you see people in the chat there with a yellow member, noise disorder, random nerd. That means that they've basically been members for several months now. It goes up to red. It also means that you can use the awesome emojis that we've got in the chat. We can add more the more members that we have, like the ones we've just posted. And you also get some benefits. So you get like a 5% discount at oblivionunderground.com for any purchases that you make. That's a permanent discount. You get shout outs in the chat because we can see your name easier, access to our community, and also perks within Discord, which is our chat system. It's a bit like Messenger meets IRC meets WhatsApp meets Skype kind of thing. So next tier up, we have our tier 2, which is all of the things from before, but you get, additional to that, you get Oblivion Underground digital releases when they come out. So if you're already a fan of Oblivion and you already purchase our releases, then you can, oh, there we go. We've got a new member. Sai just became a member. Nice one, bro. Yeah, if you already buy our releases, then you will get them for free now, so it saves you having to pay for it if you think about it like that. You also get notified when we've got merch coming out before we go public, so that you can reserve your merch and make sure you don't miss things that are going to sell out. And you get members only live chats, which we're going to start be running within the Discord. We've got a few ideas for Discord community gaming and some other stuff, so there's that. As well as that, the third tier, which is like our god tier at the moment, is all of the things that I've just said, right? But you also get vouchers that you can spend at Oblivion Underground and Hardcore Beer every month. For existing members, tomorrow you're going to be getting your Hardcore Beer discount vouchers. So hold fire if you're going to buy anything if you're a tier 3 member, because you're going to get like €5 off your order tomorrow, so free beer basically. You get added to the Oblivion promo list, so when we send our digital tracks out to DJs and artists, etc., you get them at the same time, and you get entry into community competitions, members only videos, and priority reply to comments because we can see your name. All right. So, do we have Noel back? That's the question. No, we don't. All right. Okay. Well, I guess we should get started with some music then, while we're waiting for Noel to come. If you don't know the format of the show already, I'm going to explain it. We've done our little introduction bit with some hiccups. Next part of the show is the New Blood. After the New Blood, we will have our interview with Igor, and then following on from that, we will move into the What's Hot section. All right, without further ado, and whilst we wait for Noel to come back, I'm going to play the first track. Let's go in with Artheist, Suicide.
Few days now.
Since Saturday.
Since Saturday. And why did you come in here?
Because I attempted suicide.
What about your sleep?
I don't sleep good.
as we go.
Right, do we have him back? Yes. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm not connected directly to the router. I hope that will continue to work, though. It's
okay. Great.
Yeah.
Let's just fix this up. So, first of all, Igor, what do you think of that? Any feedbacks?
I love this tune, really. And hello, Lucy, because I know this guy. Yeah, he's like a really talented producer, and I think he deserves for for more gigs and more releases. I really like it. Really like it. It's like somewhere between industrial techno and industrial hardcore, with some little bit of drum and bass elements. Just everything is just perfect, in my opinion. I wouldn't change anything in the track.
Noel?
Yeah, I didn't listen to it now, but I listened to it before. And the thing is that what I noticed is the high quality of the demos that you received.
The new blood this time is really good, man. Like, we've got a really good new blood.
So it's actually difficult to comment on things because everyone has their own style, and there's little things, but it's definitely more like just looking at details. You can tell someone to, for instance, brighten their snare or do a little bit of this or do a little bit of that. I think with this track, I don't know. I'd have to double check because I can't remember because there was one track that the only thing that I felt was missing was like a, I don't know, vocal cue or something like that, but with another with one of the other tracks I heard, like, I don't know, the breakbeat was a bit muffled, that sort of thing. But it's really those type of details, Overall, I think all producers on this round are very good and very high quality. Yeah. So it's and they all deserve to be released. The only problem is they probably, it's difficult, because there's so many people trying to get releasing that.
That's the whole point of the new blood, to get everybody some exposure, and I think it's working. A lot of these people are back for their second, third time. So yeah, it's a testament to itself, really. A little bit about the artist. Artheist, I think it's pronounced. It's Lucas, 25-year-old industrial hardcore producer from Graz, Austria. At the last New Blood stream, I got good and helpful feedback, and I thought I would send another song of mine. Music-wise, I listen to almost everything, but just a few that have influenced me: Current Value, Limewax, KRTM, Igor, and so on. Thanks for listening and enjoy. Awesome stuff, man. I don't think there's a lot more to say. It's good.
It's just a good tune. Yeah, for me. I mean, this is what I think. Yeah.
The Summer of Doom. That's what it is, right there in a track.
Yeah.
A few comments from the chat. Butterfist says it was sick. People liking it, slow and grindy, nice roller. People love the kicks, nice deep kicks. Mykoz is in the chat. Hey Mykoz. Hey Nagasaki as well. I'm playing both of you guys tonight. Drastic saying it slaps. Tash, hey Tash, didn't see you there, buddy. She says it slaps too. Yeah, I think overall it's a big thumbs up on this one, dude. Big thumbs up. Be in touch a little bit more. All right, awesome. Let's move on to the next one. We have got Offish and Evasion with a bit of jungle. Bilateral narrative. Let's go. Right. So a little bit about Offish. Actually by Offish and Evasion. Offish is a Polish-based bedroom producer, and this is my third submission for the New Blood. This time I wanted to share with you a drum and bass / jungle collab I've been working on together with Evasion, a very talented artist from the UK. We both share a passion for breakbeats and raw feeling of old-fashioned drum and bass. This tune is our love letter for that sound. Some of the people in the chat might remember my Bandcamp with the self-released albums, which are available for free digitally and also on CDs. I'm going to post that link in the chat because I like this guy a lot, and he's a part of our community as well. He supports what we do. Big up. He was on. It's quite funny actually, because last time Offish was on was the last time you were on the show, and you weren't supposed to be on this show today, Noel, and it just so happens that you're on again, and you played one of his tracks in your podcast, if I remember rightly.
I did, yeah, because I really like him. I like what he does. It's well balanced. The tracks are finished, they sound finished. They sound well. They work well within what he's trying to do, and it's just a matter of making more of it, and just expanding on ideas and things like that. It's like, try to, in my opinion, the only thing I would do is try to add more of your own personality in the tracks, so that they become very much your own style, your own thing. Yeah. Because as a producer, I feel when I listen to this, I'm like, this sounds, I don't know, it sounds as a whole, it works. So it's just a matter of creating more personality in the tracks to make sure that people actually recognize them as such,
Yeah, I agree. It sounds like it's supposed to sound like. It does what it says on the tin, but I want to hear it and go, that's an Offish track kind of thing sometimes. I want to be able to have a bit of flavour to it. Yep. What do you think, Igor?
Yeah, the track is like Noel said, it's well balanced, it's like finished, it's moving on, there's a groove, everything. But I always have to feed my ADHD when I do music. So from one side, I'm very impressed by the producers that can do such a bit trancey, dark drum and bass track, because I've tried a few times in my life. Then I'm not able to do it. Always this, hardcore monster that is sitting inside myself telling me, do more edits, fuck it up, So, but that tune sounds great, and it's really complete. But maybe, it's like, it reminds me old good drum and bass, like from, it sounds like a drum and bass from 90s, but really well produced, so really like it.
Yeah, nice comments in the chat from Dave Ignian System, saying it sounds like, the first thing he said was it sounds like 2000s, which I thought so too, early 2000s. A tune that you could put on repeat and not notice, solid work. And then it sounded like a bit like old tech-itch stuff. Butterfist saying it sounds a bit like BSE, Concord Dawn, Rawthang, that kind of stuff. Solid work again, man. And like I said, head over to his Discord. Sorry, not his Discord. His Bandcamp, which I've put in the chat, and grab his stuff. And there's also a mixed album that he's just put out, which is really good as well. So check that out, guys. And keep coming back, bro. We like having you on. Really.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks very much. Really, really good. Next up, we have got this bad boy, Gade System. This is an Untitled work in progress. Let's go. And we're back. Awesome. I really like that one. Really like that one.
Joey, can you play less aggressive tracks? I'm getting older.
I really liked it. I think there's some minor advice that we could give there, but over to you guys. Igor, you first.
One of my favorite German producers. It was. I really like when there's like a mixture between hardcore and drum and bass, and Gade system did it pretty well. I knew some of his tracks. I know he's very talented, so I also knew what I can expect. So this was nice journey.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one advice, I would keep more 4/4 parts, and I would use less breakbeats, a bit less breakbeats. It's a bit too chaotic for me. The track is a bit too chaotic.
Yeah.
Even for my ADHD.
I quite like the chaos in there, actually. I thought the only thing that I thought that needed some work was the vocals and maybe some more edits and some of the bits and bobs. But I mean, what do you think, Noel?
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like the audience that you're trying to reach here, because for me, this is a very good crossbreed track. It works as a crossbreed track. It has a good balance between drum and bass and hardcore. The only thing and this was the track that I actually, it's production-wise, it's very good. I listened to this in my studio, on my other speakers, and I'm like, yeah, sounds good. The only thing is to make it more, stand out a bit more. It could use a vocal hook, like something that people remember, because right now it's a good track. And when you spin it, people be like, whoa, this is nice. But then when they go home, they can't remember it because they can't remember like some sort of vocal that says something, or, or a very distinct, like a melody that's very distinguishable, but right now it's a very well produced track, but it could use like, I don't know, a voice that says something unique, and that would elevate the track to a point where you feel, this could be, it could be very successful.
Yeah, there's just, it needs a so-called hook inside, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
So that's the only thing, basically. And other
really
than that,
it's really promising. Though he had recently had a track play on Vision Radio called Big Oof, which I think is part of an EP that he's working on for a label as a collective thing for that particular sound. But yeah, he's really refining his hardcore sound, and we've been talking, and I'm really, really interested in signing him up. So keep up the great work, dude. And we'll stay in touch because I'm really, really interested and curious about your future, especially given your breakcore past and all the stuff you've done in the past. There's so much potential here in this. So keep it up, man. Really, really cool. Really, really cool.
It's good.
Hey Padawan, who joined the chat. Hey Francis Tripped, who jumped in. Hello, buddy. Incoherence in there as well. Offish is being his usual self. Chase saying that's the best part, really juggling all the drum and bass and hardcore. Feels like there isn't much of those tracks coming out at the min. Yeah, it's right. It's got that crossbreed kind of style that we haven't heard for a little while. That was one thing that struck me about it. And you can hear the elements of some of his mentors in there as well. Yourself, Igor, Davey as well, and some of the people that he's done some work with. So yeah, a product of all of that. So great work, man. Great work. Yep. Next up, we have got Ulcerium, Knees and Tails. Let's go. Awesome. All right, so a little bit about Ulcerium. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Bring this up. So this is not only a producer but a visual artist also. This track here, I'm going to read the bio that was sent over. 34, multi-instrumentalist and producer. Tunisian born, among the first North African producer in this genre, if not the first. lived between France and Germany for many years, and then back to Tunisia, and I've been writing extreme metal as a one-man band since 2007. I got into electronic music within the same period. I've had many releases on labels such as Peace Off, Murder Channel, and Mindocracy, and that went from breakcore to crossbreed to hardcore. Early releases were more melodic and experimental, also a visual artist and do my own artworks and videos. Releases I recommend for people to check out: my Abominations on Murder Channel, which was played by the DJ producer, and Sadistic Intent on Mindocracy. It's worth me pointing out here that this guy is a really talented video producer as well. I want to just show you this. This is the official video to the track that we've just played there. I don't have audio from this at the moment, but it's easy for me to just send a link in the chat. There's a really cool music video to this. So if I can zoom. Here we go. Yeah. You can't hear the music to it, but he's created this video as well that goes along to the music, and it's absolutely superb. So I'm going to put a link to that in the chat so that everybody can go and enjoy that. I highly recommend that you check it out. Honestly, it's very, very good. Danger Surprise 2 has just become a community member tier 1. Thank you very much, man. There's the link to that. Okay, Noel, what's your thoughts on the music?
You can when you said metal, I'm like, okay, I hear the metal influence there. You know, it's like, it's very clear that he has a metal background. I love the fact that he's using the synth. You know, doing stuff with the synth, making it more organic. You know, doing these sweeps and stuff like that. It immediately, you know, shows that it's not a sample, which is fun. I guess my only critique with this track would be that it needs a bit of rest sometimes, because basically now you have a bass line, and the bass line starts and it keeps going, and it never stops. And sometimes for producers, it can be interesting to take that break, to have that actual breakdown where other sounds basically create a silence, because then when you bring back your bass line or your sound or your lead sound or whatever, it has more impact. You know, like he right now what he does is basically he takes a low pass filter, he goes down, and it's still there, but it could be softer. It could be that it's almost gone, or, you know, like it might be still present, but you feel uneasy about it, but it's almost gone. And now to me, it's a little too present still, and that makes it that when the track drops again, it has less impact than it could have when you actually have a silence built in. That's what I would, I don't know, do different with this track, you know. But other than that, it's creative. I like the approach. It's hectic, but I would spin this. So yeah, but that actually goes for most of the tracks that I've heard so far. You know, they're all really good tracks. So it's like, this is stuff that, it's really nice.
I go.
From one side to breakcore-ish, from other side to monotone for me. Well produced. I would spin this track too, but for like 1.5 minutes maybe. For me, the track also needs more edits, like a break, like longer breakdown. Something more things have to go around the track. But I'm also impressed, you know, because this is still, good solid track. That's all.
I think what I don't think he's trying to fit inside our boxes. I think that's what it is with this guy.
That's for sure.
He clearly doesn't give a fuck. Because but I agree. I think that I like the fact that it's like, it goes, if you watch the video, it kind of makes a bit more sense, but it's kind of constantly evolving, but really subtly, and like flipping on itself, and like adding a little bit every time, and changing. And then the first 2 4s of the 16 change, and then the second 2, and then it's just kind of, evolving in like an organic kind of track, and I think that was his pitch on this one. I agree. If it was me, or if it was one of you guys, there'd probably be a nice breakdown in the middle, a nice bit of structure, a build up and whatever. But I don't think he really cares about that. But
yeah,
overall, I thought it was a really nice piece, and especially, I keep saying with the video, I really recommend that you guys go and see that. So a talented all-round artist, and please keep submitting, because we're really interested in your work, and I love your videos as well. So yeah, thanks very much, dude.
Yep.
Next up, we have got some kicks, Mykoz and Hardez with Lost. Alright, Mykoz and Hardez. Mykoz, not a stranger to the show, or as a friend. I hope you're doing well, Mykoz. This is Mykoz and Hardez Lost. It's a collab of a 4-track EP, which is coming out soon on Necrologic. 3 solo tracks, 175 and 200 BPMs, and one collab at 175. Hardez is a DJ producer from Austria. Just have a look at the socials here. Boom, boom. Okay. Mykoz, for those that don't know, here's a link in the chat to his account here. He's had a few releases now. Carnage, I think Triple G, yeah. A few bits and bobs. Does a lot of work with Seb Chaos Engine. Kick sounded different in that one to what he's normally doing, which is quite refreshing. I'm not sure if it was a joint effort on the kicks or if it was yours or his or whatever, but I like that. It was good. Let me just grab the info for Hardez here. Boom. God, what am I doing? Broke. Voila. Here we go. Okay, so thoughts, guys?
Do you want me to go first, or?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, I thought that the edits reminded me a bit of Producer for some reason. You know, it is like, and that's in a good way, because it's like he has a very unique way of doing his edits, and it's always surprising, and that's fun, you know, because you listen to it and you're like, oh, you know, and it keeps surprising you. And I really like that with this track, where you constantly feel like, I don't know, something unexpected is happening, but it doesn't disrupt the flow. And that's exactly what producer does. And it's always what makes his track so energetic. And that's the same vibe I'm getting from this. You know, it's like a very energetic track with good edits at unexpected places sometimes. A little less unexpected than producer does, because he sometimes does really crazy shit. Here, however, it's as a DJ, I would actually find this more comfortable to spin, because I kind of can anticipate it, you know. But overall really well done, well produced, you know. But I spin this guy's stuff, so yeah, it's like I like what he does, so it's great stuff.
Igor?
Another solid crossbreed track. Thank you.
Okay, well, tick. Feedback in the chat. Hey Kin, by the way, saw you in the chat. Nice to see you last night, bro, and hang out. It was cool. He said a very promising talent for the future. Completely agree. We can see you evolving, dude, and it's getting better and better and better. So keep up the great work. Lots of people just saying solid track. Really enjoy it. Incoherent says track's nice, but liked a bit more low end in the kicks in some parts. Okay. Introvox saying, I don't understand why new producers often think more is better. It gets way too much. Not necessarily agree with this one. Igneous System says... Oh, go ahead, Noah.
No, sorry, I have to agree on the low end, but I had that with a bunch of tracks. They could all use a little more sub. You know, there was one or two tracks that were perfectly balanced, and some other tracks could use just a little bit of low end. So that's the only thing. But like I said in the beginning, it's really details like that, you know. And usually, with tracks, like when I get them for mastering, that's how that's what I do when I master stuff, you know. You just push that up a little bit. So anyway, sorry for interrupting.
No, it's valid, and thank you. Igneous System says nice edits, but don't over edit, as it can be a vibe killer for the 4/4 parts. Yeah,
totally agree.
Let it breathe, let the dance floor dance instead of throwing their limbs in different directions. Cement-T, first bit needs a bit more sub bass on the kick. Other than that, cool, great progress. And Hardez is signed to Enzyme. So two young, talented producers there. Someone saying here, where is Dolphin? Greg's celebrating Liz's birthday tonight. They've gone to a spa. And also seeing the state of him when I left yesterday, it's probably a good thing he's not here, because he was cooked.
He needs that spa. He needs that.
Yeah, there was a point last night where, because I'm not drinking, well, I haven't been drinking for a little while, so I was sat there and I was drinking one of Greg's 0% beers that he drinks. And I was like, oh, this is quite nice. And Greg was sat there drinking one as well. And bear in mind, it's Lizette's 40th birthday. And I was like, so how come you're on the sober tip tonight then, Greg? He was like, I don't actually know. And I was like, is it because I'm like trying to stay sober? He was like, I think that's why I'm not drinking. Yeah, I was like, doesn't really make much sense, does it? He's like, no, I'm just going to go and have like a little drink and we'll see how it goes. And then like within a very short amount of time, it was clear that the hair was coming down and he was going to party mode. So it was nice to see. It was nice to see. And it was also awesome at the end of Kin's set. He dropped some romantic songs at 300 BPM, and they had a little waltz across the dance floor, which was quite funny with sparklers and stuff. So yeah, that's where Greg is. And Steph was supposed to replace Greg, but Steph's having some difficulties with a couple of things. So Noel's kindly jumped in to replace him. So that's all of that information. Right, great track. Mykoz, respect. I hope to see you again soon. Next up, we've got Tones with Dopeboy. Let's go.
get dope, boy. So you need that woman with my dope, boy. Call me dope, boy. I get dope, boy. So you need that woman with my dope, boy. Woman with my dope, boy. Woman with my dope boy.
Get your chains up. This is the remix. Hey, sexy. Get your chains up.
My city needs that.
Get your chains up.
Talking too loud. Roll a dick with a reverse click. I'm telling niggas step through the door. When you put it on the G, when you put it on the phone. Hey, my money be bigger. I got 5 figures in my mouth right now. And this shit get intensive. It's expensive when I bite down. Bite down.
Get your chains up.
Bite down. Call me dope boy, I get dope boy.
All right. DJ Tones, Dopeboy. Some insight into Tones, a friend of the show. This is something I've been working on for a while. I'm hoping to have improved from the last time I put something on the show. I spent a lot of time focusing on my mixdown and A/B referencing a lot of tracks to help me improve. I feel I've tried to create something that represents me with the intro I've written. It's emotional, then aggressive, and how the track evolves. I've also given a nod to the D&B sound I grew up with by adding this element to my track. And then he writes, go ahead, tear me a new one and tell me it's shit and how to be better. I think that's a bit rough on yourself at the end there, mate. Guys, what do you think?
Great deep intro fading into a nice energetic drop. I would work more on breakbeats and snares. There was too much high tones for me. But definitely would play this track in my sets. I really love it, and this is nice that the guy thinks that this is shit, because if you think you are good, you never make any progress. So actually, I really enjoyed this track. Really love it, and keep it up, man. This was great.
Awesome. Noel?
Yeah, for me, it's also little details. Like I played this track in my studio as well, and I noticed there's a crackle on the guitar, for instance, that feels out of place. And I don't know if you run like an isotope filter on it or something like that, just to decrackle that little bit, you know, because it takes away from the atmosphere in the intro, and I really like the intro, but for instance, those crackles then for me are distracting, you know, and it's like, you know, you could, you know, just remove them and you're fine. Other than that, for me, the lyrics are a little excessive in the track. At some point, I'm like, okay, you could do with like a little bit less lyrics, and they're not as tight because I'm assuming this is sampled. The lyrics are sampled. And with hardcore and with drum and bass, you kind of have to cut up your lyrics even more just to be on beat. and this feels very loose on the beats, you know. So sometimes I'm like, it could be a little tighter, because I'm like, it has a loose flow, but at the same time I kind of wanted it to be slightly tighter, you know. But that's just me, because I prefer vocals to be exactly on beat and stuff like that, because then as a DJ I can mess around with them, you know, like you can you know, just throw in a word here and there, or do weird shit with them. With this, that makes it a little more difficult to do. And I thought they were a little excessive. At some point you just let them go and let the other parts in your track also do some talking, you know. So that's my critique on this track. But other than that, again, a good track, you know.
Yeah, some people in the chat weren't a fan of the sample. I don't think the sample was particularly bad. I think that it was overused. It got spammed a little bit, so it got a bit old. I would have liked a bit more of a kick switch in there, but that's personal taste. He's doing what he likes to do. He likes a straight kick through.
Yeah,
he's got the
At the end, the most important is drop, because it moves the audience and it moves the dance floor. And it was just a kick drum, but very good kick drum. And there was some nice edits. It wasn't overloaded by edits. For me personally, this is a dance floor mover, you know, and this is why I really like this track.
I think what he did well was, even though he kept the kick consistent all the way through, there was some movement in the tail and some variation and some little filter sweeps and things like that, which kept it interesting. And one comment that did come up in the chat was that they felt that the intro was slightly disconnected from the rest of the track, and that maybe to bring some of the elements of that into the track a bit more, because the intro was,
I agree,
I thought, fantastic. And it felt like once the kick came, it was like that was the end of that, so maybe a bit more of that in there. More comments here. You know, everybody's just saying similar things to what we said. So, keep up the great work, Ant. Your progress is still going, and especially after your last track was a biggie. It was hard to follow up on that. So, get this one boxed and move on to the next one. Don't dwell on it for too long, because I know he does that. He'll sit there for another few weeks pissing about with it when he should start another project. So keep it up, buddy. Love you. Right, K-Teck, Insane. Let's go.
Once you let them in, fear will literally kill you from the inside. Can you imagine floating weightless, like a satellite in the black sky? Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I don't know. I guess I'll just keep reaching for the moon. So fucking high. I dream about things way beyond this atmosphere. But for now, I'm here. Most people think I'm insane. I'm insane. So Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole?
That sample is fucking brilliant, by the way. I like that. Okay, a little bit about K-Teck. Not a new guy by any means. K-Teck from the Netherlands. I haven't released a track for a few years now due to a lack of inspiration. I'm all over the place genre-wise, and since a few weeks I've started a new artist project called Rebel Revived for mainstream hardcore. K-Teck now only makes hard drum and bass industrial light tracks and is busy building new ones as he wants to release a lot of new music in the future. I like how he talks about his alias in the third person. Nice. I have a label called K-Teck Records, which is HKTK Records, with the latest release by Chronic Man. Okay, Igor, what do you reckon?
Another nice and solid crossbreed track, but I'm pretty spoiled by crossbreed already. So it's really hard for me to comment on this kind of tracks. I mean, it's like everything there, what we need. A punchy kick drum, energy, nice intro, but I just didn't find there anything that is new, that is fresh, that is something completely opposite to the sound that I already heard. I know it's really hard, and this show is also for the producer, for a new producers, just to find out that you really have to search for something new. But this is just a solid track, and that's all from me. It's good. It's really good. It's well produced, but I didn't found there anything that I can remember, and yeah, I heard already like 20 or 30 tracks like this, or 100. You know what I mean? It's good track, but nothing new.
Mm-hmm. Noel?
I thought the vocal was a lot of fun, because it basically gives the track a lot of character. I wonder where it's from, probably from a video game or something like that. But kicks are a little loud in the mix, especially in comparison to the snare drums. The snare drums are really kind of soft-ish, they could be slightly more pronounced, like...
I found that about most of the percussion and high-end stuff. It felt like a bit of an afterthought.
Yep. So the kick becomes really dominating. The vocal was nice, that worked well, and you can hear it well. It's clear. It drops well. But yeah, with all the other little elements, they could be, I don't know, like a little more at the forefront in the mix. Yeah, and that's basically my critique. I don't have this thing where I feel like it's, I don't know, this I'm hearing the same track all over again. You have that anyway, but it's still, I don't know, stood out enough because of that long vocal. Basically it gave the track a lot of character. I was wondering with the progress with that arpeggio, like, I don't know, could be picked up on a little more, now it's going somewhere and then it just stops. I kind of wanted that to evolve into something else, like, I don't know, become legato or something like that, like arp is staccato, so tuck, 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 like short sounds. Legato is more elongated, and it would be nice that during a break that particular melody would be picked up by something that flows in the break, and then accompanies the voice, because right now I'm hearing voice and I'm hearing kicks, and everything else is basically a little subdued. So yeah.
Nagasaki makes a good point here in the chat that the note variations are a bit weird on that. Yeah, I thought on that last kick drop that came, it was almost, there was a noise that was behind it, and it didn't sit well with me. It felt like it was almost like a shift in key in the track, and it just felt a bit weird to me. That was all. Ignian System says big kicks and vocals can't carry the weight of the kicks, in my opinion. Not a fan of the excessive vocal chops. A lot of people liking the kick, and that's the bit that moves the dance. So if it's in the dance, then it works. That's no disputing. But if want to really refine it a bit, then I guess you got a bit of good advice there. Okay. Next up, we have got Sapher challenging us to fight.
Something which is not Artheist. And it wasn't human.
Challenging us to fight. Challenging us to fight. Challenging it. Everyone has an angel. Everyone has an angel. An angel. A guardian who watches over us. We can't know what form they'll take. One day, old man. Next day, little girl. But don't let appearances fool you. They can be as fierce as any dragon. Yet they're not here to fight our battles, but to whisper from our heart, reminding that it's us. It's every one of us who holds the power over the worlds we create. Everyone has an angel. A guardian who watches over us. Challenging us to fight. Challenging us to fight.
All right. So a little bit about Sapher. Dave Ignian said that he thought I said Sapher at first. That would have been a turnout for the books, right? Sapher. Let me just bring the info here. The Core of Madness. I'm playing many subgenre. Sorry. I'll start again. Hi again, I'm from Poland and I produce some hardcore in my free time. And I'm an amateur DJ and every week record my YouTube podcast, The Core of Madness. I play many subgenres of hardcore. Sorry, this is a bit disjointed. I'm playing with music. I like it, like Lego blocks. People should check my YouTube channel for mixes and SoundCloud channel to listen and download my stuff. Noel, go.
Oh, all right. Well, first of all, yeah, the kicks work. A lot of energy, all good. Then there's a breakdown, and the breakdown basically has interesting sounds, and they're fun when you're wearing headphones or when you're at home. But when you play this on a dance floor, you won't only hear that voice, and the voice goes on for too long for the audience to be interested in what's going on. So there needs to be more going on during that breakdown, or you need to take a compressor and push all those sounds up when the voice is not there. Like basically do a talkover type of thing with the voice. Because right now what I'm hearing is I hear these little sounds and then a voice that says something and then it's silent again, you know, with a bunch of like little delays and little echoes and la la la. And but at the same time when you play this, all those sounds get basically pushed away by people talking. You know, that's nowadays where you have people talk. The moment that there's a break, they start talking. So they talk over your breakdowns, and consequently they become less interested in what's going on. And then when it drops, they probably are interested again, but there's no, I was sort of missing kind of a build-up in that breakdown, you know? Also, the melody that comes in after with the
thing,
I wasn't a fan, to be honest.
No, it was a big turn.
I'm like, I mean, it works, but I would go back and try to do something that's slightly more interesting. It's do something that, I don't know, you can do a simple melody, but then do something with it, you know, make it more organic, do something crazy with a filter or something. But right now it's just that sound and a kick. And I don't know, it was, for me, it would be like, okay, no. So yeah, that's the only thing. But other than that, I mean, it had good kicks, it had a good balance. You know, the vocal is interesting, but you can make it more interesting by creating more tension in the drop, you know, and creating more and making sure that all your sounds are actually audible. So yeah.
Yep. Igor?
Nice and fresh kick drums. I really like them. Only the part when the kick drum goes down with the note in the first drop, it doesn't sound well for me. I wouldn't do it, but obviously, yeah, he's a producer. He can do whatever he wants. And too empty breakdown. I would say the same. I would put there more elements. I would make it more interesting. So, yeah, I have to agree with Noel. Yeah, but generally the track is nice. Have nice energy, and you have a black cat.
I do have two black cats.
You actually have two black cats, all right.
Yeah, I do. I have two, yeah.
So yeah, the track is nice. The track is nice, but I would do this kind of changes inside the tune and should be all right. Yeah, but I'm impressed, yeah.
Keep going, man. Keep going. Next up and last on the New Blood, we have the Carnage Corps with What the Fuck.
What the fuck?
Right, but Butterfist is having a conversation with himself in the chat, going, "This is DJ Ham. I swear this is DJ Ham." It's not DJ Ham, mate. A little bit about Carnage Corps. They've been on a few times now. That's not them. Here we go. This is. Carnage Corps, mass duo from Slovakia, members of the Drum Match crew. Our project started in 2019. Inspiration came across multiple music genres. You can check our other releases on SoundCloud and Spotify. Backstory of the track. I had a work in progress project and was feeling it was still missing something. I was scrolling Instagram the other day and the video comes up with the what the fuck at the end. I immediately knew that was the thing that the track was missing. Yeah, I think the synth is too much. There's too much use of the synth in there, and I don't like the sample being spammed again. That was the thing that annoyed me. I think that the tracks that these guys make are the best when the kick is breathing and the space is there, and they're just using a tiny element of the synth in the background to just give it that flavor and energy and let the kick carry the track. When the synth is over the top and then you've got the vocal in there, it just becomes a bit messy for me. Like there's too many things going on. The kick's good. They're just being drowned a little bit, I think. What do you guys think?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Go on.
No, okay, all right. Yeah. No, I felt the same way. I felt that the melody was a bit disjointed from the rest of the track. Actually, I like it better when the drum and bass part comes in. Then it seems to work. But with the kicks, I don't know. It feels like it's layered on top, and it doesn't really fit quite well. You know, it's like this uneasy feeling that you have where you're like, oh yeah, maybe, I don't know, a bit of side chaining or something like that could work, or, you know, just a different sound. But overall, I mean, the track works, has a lot of energy. I thought that was all good. But yeah, with that melody, I'm like, okay. And once again, I feel that the melody could be a little more playful, you know, like put some I don't know, effects on it, make it a little more interesting when it keeps going, you know. Mm-hmm. So but that's basically how I felt.
Igor, what do you think?
Sounds great. I wouldn't use that much what the fuck sample in it. It just keeps going and yeah, I think this track needs more breath from this sample. Well produced, sounds well, and yeah, Noel said everything before, so I think this is all I can say about it, about the track. So
somebody said in the chat that they felt that this was one of their weaker submissions, and I agree with that. It feels to me like you guys should be trying to maybe evolve a little bit in a slightly different direction. Quite a few of your submissions sound very, very similar. Maybe try something different for a change. Maybe try something without that classic melody that you're using in there, and go for something completely out the box and see how it comes out. Might be relying on that, and you're in your comfort zone, and you're just going to end up churning out the same thing over and over again. Try to break your own rules a little bit and see what happens. I think that would be what I would recommend.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because right now the track feels like, oh yeah, it's another track that you'd hear at a gig or something like that, but you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I need to get this now on vinyl, you know, that sort of thing. So it's a good track, lots of energy, but at the same time, it's not like a must-have, you know?
Yeah. All right. That was the end of the New Blood.
New Blood.
Thank you again to everybody that submitted.
And where's Joey? I can't recognize you. Joey.
Oh, me. Yeah, my eyes started to hurt. I'm tired, and when I get tired, I get fatigue dies. I wanted to just give a quick shout out to the people that didn't make it on the New Blood. We had a lot of submissions. As you heard today, there was a lot of really good stuff, and it was hard to cut people. Please don't be disheartened. Continue to submit your tracks. Particular shout to ADDL, who submitted. Really, I was quite impressed with that, but it didn't make the cut. Please submit again, because I'd like to get that on the show. And also a shout to Cement T, Audio Conspiracy, and BSOD. You didn't make it. I'm sorry, but can't get everybody on because the show goes on for too long. Don't be disheartened. Please come back. Okay? Right. That's all done. We can move on to the next section. And the next section is all about you, Mr. Igor. So, are you sitting comfortably? Do you need to urinate, or are you good to go?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, just shoot.
Okay. Shoot. All right. Well, thank you, first of all, again, for coming on to the show. I'm a big
pleasure.
fan. I'm not going to pretend. I'm a really big fan. As well as being a friend, I'm like a fan for a long time. I don't think there's a set that goes by that I don't play one of your tracks in. So it's a huge honor for me for you to come onto the show. Respect. As is the case when we get our guests on, I wanted to just dig a little bit into your past and satisfy some of the itches that I've got that I want to scratch, and also for other people to understand and know you. I know a lot of people will probably know you mainly for your most recent productions, the classic Igor sound, as it were, which has been the case for some years now, like what, 10, 12 years, something like that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more to you than that. So I want to go back and I want to dig a little bit. I want to go back to the start, and I want to understand first of all, where you came from and how you started making music. What was your inspiration and how did that begin?
It was 94 in a very dark city called Kielce. I was living in a really, really bad district of my hometown. People that were surrounding me at this time, most of them were like, I don't know, thieves, murderers, this kind of a people, really. So one day, my parents were quite poor, but my father brought me a computer just to play games. I was like super happy about it. It was Amiga 600, my first equipment. And I found out a program called Adlib Sound Tracker inside somewhere. It was somewhere together with my floppy disks at this time. So I started to just to play with it. Actually, it was obviously at the beginning it was very far from something professional, but I found out that I really love distorted sounds, and I really like very fast and aggressive music. This was probably because I wanted to put out all my bad emotions that were inside me. And this is actually how Igor project started, I think, because the first track I did was like 300 BPM distorted something, and it was more or less like a speedcore track. So yeah, this was like an escape for me, Music was escape from everything that was around me. I was completely frustrated. I just couldn't find myself at this time. So yeah, this was the beginning. Kielce, dark hometown, bad people around, and speedcore and distorted sounds.
Nice. And so from there, you went on to form, how do you say it? But I'm going to murder this if I don't get it right. How do you say it? Kielce?
Kielce, exactly.
Kielce, okay.
You pronounce it good, yeah.
I nailed it for once. I normally absolutely murder those. So Kielce Terror Squad started 1997, and that's with Bula and Splatter. How did that start?
Yeah. There was a little radio in my hometown, there was a guy called DJ Leszczu, and this guy was spinning some just regular gabber stuff in this radio. It was like a regular radio station. At the daytime, they played, some pop music and rock stuff. And closer to midnight, this guy was spinning some really hard stuff, and also a lot of gabber releases, Thunderdowns and things like that. And he said that if there's anyone from Poland, that he really hoped that some people from Poland can hear him. And if there's anyone from Poland that produces this kind of a music, like hardcore, gabber, whatever, he wants him to send him a demo, and then he can maybe play it on air, And this is what I did. And this is what actually Bula did at the same time. And we didn't know we are from the same city. So, and at the same time, the third guy, Splatter, was listening to the radio station also. Mm-hmm. So first he played my track, and then he played Bula's track, or maybe opposite, I don't remember exactly. And I was like, Jesus, this guy makes a great music. I called to this DJ from the radio, and I asked him for a telephone number to Bula, because I was like, I really want to meet this guy. So he gave me his telephone number. I called him next day, and I was shocked because I didn't really know that there's other guy from my hometown that makes hardcore techno. It was 96, I think. So I was really shocked. So this is how we met actually. First we met with Bula, and then Splatter called to us and said, "Guys, you're making a great music. Let's do a group. Let's do an internet website. Let's do some little promotion." So yeah, this is how this all started with Kielce Terror Squad.
So excuse my ignorance, but which one is Splatter and which one is Bula on this picture?
Which one?
You see the picture on the screen?
No.
Oh, brilliant! If you just hold on 1 second, let me fix that 1 sec. That's why. Here we go. You see now?
Yeah.
Okay. So which one is Bula?
Bula is inside.
In the middle, yeah.
Yeah, in the middle between us. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Clear. Okay. And yeah, you had some releases from '98.
Yeah.
Something a bit later on. And that's a relationship that's still standing. You're still working with those guys, right? You have the Bazzmurda, VST, and that's with these guys, right?
Yeah, actually, Bula is like the main guy behind the bass drum murder synthesizers.
Yeah.
But he always asking me what can he change for some advices, and actually the idea came out from both of us, but he's the main guy who programs the VST. So yeah, so Bula is responsible for all the Distocore plugins.
Mm-hmm.
And Splatter is a bit out of the business right now, but we are still in contact. We are friends, so yeah. In every occasion, we are trying to meet up, drink some beers, talk, blah blah blah. So yeah, this is actually the story about Kielce Terror Squad. This is the beginning of Kielce Terror Squad, because the story is way longer.
Oh, do tell us more. We've got time.
Thanks to Kielce Terror Squad, I played my first foreign gig in Switzerland. This was a New Year's Eve gig in, I don't remember, in Bern probably, in Switzerland. And I had the possibility to meet Rob G at this time, it was 99.
Rob G in his prime. 99.
Yeah. And he was the same crazy as it is right now, so nothing changed. But yeah, thanks to Kielce Terror Squad, I could also show my music, and people can also recognize me as Igor, not only as a guy from Kielce Terror Squad, So thanks to this project, everything started,
Awesome. So I guess we go forward a few years then, and you get your first solo release. So you were working in the collective, but you're also working on your own thing as well. And the first that was on Hangars Liquides.
Yeah.
2000 I've got here, yeah?
On the 2000
thing. Yeah. How did that one come about then? What and first of all, what was the difference between the KTS stuff that you were doing and your own project then? How did they differ?
There was not much difference, to be honest, I was just actually, when we, as a Kielce Terror Squad, people saw us as a team, but still each of us was making his own music. We never collaborate together. So people just thought that this is Kielce Terror Squad tracks, but actually every track was made by one of us,
Yeah.
But when I was working on Absurd, it was still, I wanted to be just, wanted to make something rough and at the same time something fresher that the rest music on the market these days. And I was actually, I didn't want to send the demo to Hangars Liquides. This is how it should be said, probably. Mm-hmm. My good friend sent a demo cassette to Hangars Liquides. He didn't tell me about it. And one day I had a call from Laurent Mialon from Hangars Liquides telling me, it was like, I think it was 10 in the morning. He told me with a French accent, "Hey man, I like your music, I wanna release it." And I thought that this is some joke of some of my friends joking, and I just said something in Polish like "fuck off," and I just stopped the conversation, And I was like, some idiot calling me, trying to tell me some strange things. But after like 9 hours, I got an email from Hangars Liquides, from Laurent Mialon, and that and he told me, "Man, I'm sorry for my early call, but I really want to release your stuff, And I was still like, what the fuck is going on? Because I didn't know that my friend sent a demo to him with my music. But then I started to think more deeply. I called to few of my friends, and one of them told me, "Yeah, I did it. I sent your demo because I think your music is too good to just hide it somewhere, on your hard drive, So
yeah."
This is how my first official release on vinyl started. How my music went out on vinyl.
Awesome, nice.
Yeah.
Nagasaki in the chat, who's French speaking, said that your French accent upsets him.
All right, cheers, man.
I thought it was brilliant. Shout out to Schnipsel Terror for the dropping the 199 tip in the chat. Respect, appreciate that. Thanks very much. All right, so on from there, 1 year on, you got another release on Hangars Liquides. I think that's better for you, Nagasaki, Matt. Dark Point 2001. And I've got that to play here, so I'm going to play that, and then we'll talk about it a little bit afterwards, right?
All right.
Let's do it. Really cool, man. A lot of people in the chat saying this is how Tripped Francis says this is how you put emotions into music. No hypes.
Thank you, Francis.
A certain mood in the time and the place. Dave Ignian System saying the first time I heard this, I told myself this dude is from another universe. Nice compliment. It's true. Jay Trusted says sounds like 70s horrorcore in the style of Nazem Bluton. Okay. Ignian saying especially in those days, no tutorial, sample packs, presets, anything like that. Yeah, I agree. The first time I heard these Hangars records, I've got them. I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it was. It was this time when I was still living, in this bad place, So this is probably also why this track is filled with this dark emotions. So, yeah. Actually, I always trying to put a lot of emotions into my tracks. So, yeah.
And
Thank you guys.
It reminded me a bit of somatic responses, less esteem, that type of stuff,
Yeah, and it was also my inspiration at this time. Venetian snares, somatic responses, last esteem. Yeah, definitely, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Was that era where everybody was really experimenting and there weren't any rules, right? Everybody was just doing what the fuck they wanted.
Yeah, there was no rules actually in hardcore music, and it was a great time.
It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ignian System says, in that time where you were judged on the quality of your music and not the quality of your face. Fucking fair one.
Is that wrong?
No, indeed. So you had this in 2001, and then like for 2002, 2000, and like through the early 2000s, you started to release on Strike Records, which in itself was quite a revolutionary, shall we say, label for especially if we think where we are now with the industrial / it was doing like some French core-y kind of stuff as well, and the UK sound. It was kind of like almost like they were like doing the blueprint for what we would consider now to be the UK hardcore industrial sound, and they were doing those really cool 10-inch vinyls as well with different designs on them, which was one of the main inspirations for why we do our releases why we do now, because I used to collect those and I fucking loved the fact that they were different. So you were involved in Strike quite heavily and releasing quite often, but you were also having several different side projects at that time, right? You had GFO, you had Adapter, you had Patent, you had Mykoz.
Yeah.
I'm really curious about these because I know about the Strike ones, but I didn't know this. So tell us more.
GFO, it was just a joke, We did it together with Splatter. One day, I don't remember if we were drunk or not, but we were like sitting in front of how was it called? Reason. This kind of a doll. Do you remember it, guys? Reason?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So Splatter started to do some just basic techno track, and I was like, hold on, man, it needs more distortion, obviously. So I put as much distortion as possible on this track, and I started just to play with the patterns of it. So it started to sound like it's it's like this plugin called Buffer Override, like it's clicking and chopping, and I was like, okay, man, now we should record it because maybe the public of people that likes noise music will like it, So we did a track in like 5 minutes. And then another in another 5 minutes, and then another in another 5 minutes, and so on and so on. And we had like 10 tracks in like 2 hours, and we decided to release it as a joke, But some people treated it very seriously, like we did it like we knew what we are doing, but we didn't know what we are doing.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be just.
Literally called the tracks made in 20 minutes.
Yeah. This one, this is the one we did in 20 minutes. It was the I think we spent too much time on it. But anyways, it's supposed to be a joke, but some people really liked it, and actually we had a chance to play together at like 2 gigs, I think. But I don't know if you have any tracks to play from GFO?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't get any. I was just reading up on you and just stalking you, and I came across this, and I was just very, very curious.
All right.
I'm going to I'll drop it into the chat though, so that if people want to go and have a dig, then they've got the information, the track names. So tell us a little bit quickly about Adapter then as well.
Adapter is supposed to be like something opposite to what I was doing at this time. So I was like, okay, I listened to a lot of IDM because at this time I've been listening to a lot of IDM tracks also. Actually, I was following the whole scene, still following actually. And I was like, okay, let's give it a try. Maybe I can, do something different because I felt I need to make some more musical stuff. So this is how Adapter started, the whole project. This is like.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is also very, I would say, very personal release. Like I try to put a lot of feelings inside the music, the release. Probably you have one of those tracks from Adapter, right?
Unfortunately, I don't have any of these ones. I literally, like I said, I was stalking Discogs and I found these different things. Again, I've popped that into the chat so that people can go and discover that for themselves. Any interesting points about Patent or Mykoz that you wanted to talk about?
Patent is my hip hop project with one of the very known Polish rappers. Yeah, Zyka.
Looking fresh there, dude.
What the fuck? This photo. But anyways, the story is really isn't long, especially as for the Patent project. I started to do some hip hop beats for myself, and then I've met Zyka at some bar and told him, "Man, I'm doing some hip hop beats. Maybe you wanna try to do some lyrics to it, and maybe we can record it." And he was like, "Yeah, man, why not? Let's try it." And this is how our release came out. We just recorded our tracks in a professional studio, and a professional label released it, and end of story. It wasn't very successful release, to be honest. Why? Probably because it was too fucked up because I was doing beats. Too much ADHD inside.
Yeah. And then the Mykoz project.
This is my short romance with drum and bass. I mean, I love this music and I listen to drum and bass daily. Definitely more than other styles. But like I said, I can't do drum and bass tracks because I had to fit my ADHD with edits. So this was my actually ADHD Recordings was my label for drum and bass. But after like a few tracks, I said to myself, "Man, you can't do drum and bass. You just stop it, And yeah, short romance. I really like this time. I really like the tracks. I mean, because they reminds me some good times. I'm not proud of them, maybe, but yeah, this is the story behind the drum and bass project.
Okay, nice. I like that because we talked about these different alias, and it took us over a few years, and it kind of takes us through this transition period because you've got like your, let's say, experimental speedcore noise stuff, early 2000s, 2001, 2000. And then you're experimenting with lots of different sounds and kind of feels like you're trying to find yourself. And you're also doing the strike stuff, which is like a hardcore outlet. And then we come to 2007. And I think this was the first introduction that I had, well, I think everybody had probably, to the new kind of Igor sound, and that was Drop It on Deathchant 2007.
Yeah, I think maybe it was like, I was trying to find myself, but from other side, I said to myself, I really want to produce different styles. So this way I can learn more, and I'm still trying to do something different. Daily, of course, maybe not daily right now, but every time I'm going to my studio, I'm trying to do something new. I never did before, because this way you can really place into your music something very fresh and something unusual, So that's the reason why I was trying. That's the reason why Adapter came out. This is also the reason why I did some breakcore stuff in the past. This is also the reason why I did some experimental speedcore and all the things.
And what about what about the Vilk? Dave Ignian System saying, ask about Vilk. Is this another alias?
This was the beginning of my dubstep project, but dubstep project was called Innominate. This was also like, I just wanted to try something different because I was just bored by hardcore. So I said to myself, okay, it's about the right time just to take a little breath from hardcore and just try something completely opposite to hardcore this time. I also learned a lot from dubstep. So it was a nice journey.
Yeah.
So I could back to hardcore stronger and with bigger knowledge.
Yeah. So you tell us about the. I mean, I have it to play, but the signing and the release on Deathchant, the Drop It 2007 release. How did that come about? What was your first interaction with Hellfish? How did that happen?
I've met Hellfish on Deathchant tour, I think, for the first time, maybe at Brian Fury's place. I don't remember exactly. And yeah, he just told me, man, I really like your stuff. Just send me a demo. Do something for Deathchant. I was like, okay, man, let's do it. And that's it,
Yeah. Nothing special then, just normal stuff.
Yeah, man. I just knew that I can give him something that he likes because I was completely into Hellfish music at this time also, I was totally impressed by UK hardcore sounds. This was a moment in my life when I was it was just something special for me. Still is, but especially at this time. So I was just sure that I can give him something that he will like.
So I guess let's drop it.
Yeah, let's drop it.
Let's drop it.
Just fucking drop it! fuck up. Yo, get the fuck up. Yo, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck up. Yo, get the fuck up. Yo, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out.
Absolute monster.
If you compare this track to my earlier productions, it's super dance floor friendly, but it's supposed to be super dance floor friendly, especially at this time. Yeah.
Like I have an echo coming from somewhere. Somebody playing the stream on a different device or something. That's better.
No.
Okay, it's better now. Yeah, for that samples your voice, right? That just so we can drop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun fact about that sample that it was rinsed by Jipe stole that one, didn't he? And did another in the track.
Not only by him, there was a few.
Yeah, well, but the thing with Jasper was he did it. He didn't know it was your voice, and he called his track "Drop It" as well. Good one, Jasper. I always remind him of
nice
that.
One.
He's classic. Oh, brilliant! I can still hear an echo from somebody, by the way. Let me just check who it is. Test. Is it headphone leak? Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, but I was so proud I am able to release, on Deathchant, because it was one of the best labels for me at this time. So yeah, nice times.
Yeah. So your 2007 Drop It, and then how were things going gig wise at this time? I mean, you were traveling quite widely then by this time. I mean, originally you started Poland, then you did Swiss, and after the success of Strike and then Deathchant, I guess things really started to take off and you started to tour a lot more.
Yeah, it was like not very different to these days. I mean, these days I'm just not taking some bookings because I don't have possibility to play that much as I did in the past. But there was a lot of gigs in Belgium, I remember. Belgium was like huge for this kind of a sound. A lot of gigs in Ghent, in Brussels. Because me, Hellfish, Brian Fury, Necrologic guys, even Ignorant System later, we played at a lot of gigs in Belgium, Germany, France, and UK, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, Belgium was big at that time, right?
Yeah,
it still does well now, but like when Dave does stuff and a couple of other things, but Belgium was like really big for that sound at that time. It was like one of the places for our kind of core.
Yeah, and for quite a long time actually, because it was like 5-6 years of constant, developing of gigs there, and each gig was amazing.
I guess same for you, Noel, at that point, right?
I think Belgian people were also conditioned to like breakbeats more. So it's like what you notice in the UK, for instance, when you play like Amons and stuff like that, people actually get it. Same thing goes for Belgium, you know, where they had a lot of also breakcore parties and things like that. And they started combining that with the UK sound, and then before you know it, you have all sorts of breakbeats and kick drums and stuff like that.
It was working the other way too. It was that sound was coming over to the UK, and we were having like the breakcore of like breakcore gives me wood kind of movement, and all of that kind of stuff was coming over our side. And then it was going back and forth, and there was like a mini ecosystem of stuff going backwards and forwards. It was really nice at that point.
Yeah, I think a lot of people influenced like each other, you know, they just, you know, you went to a gig and you had to play there yourself, and you saw other people play, and it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool too, you know, maybe I should give that a try as well, you know. And that's actually how tracks or how sounds evolve, you know. So it's it was always great, those gigs.
Nice. So we go through the next few years, and some of my favourite releases from you are actually the Art of Distortion release on Strike. For me, that was like next level. You pushed the envelope. It was the first time I heard stuff like that, and it was just out of control, like ADHD.
Really?
Like distorted kick drums. Yeah, I still play those tracks now.
All right, bro. Thank you. I hate this release.
Oh, really? Somebody needs to clip that.
But you know, the funniest thing is that you are not alone with the love to these tracks, because, for example, Ignion System loves a lot of tracks from this release. Yeah. I don't know. This release sounds really bad for me, like most of the releases from the past.
I played it last night. I played Gangbang last night.
All right, thank you. And actually, this is probably the only one track that I would still play from this release. The rest is just garbage.
Do you really regret making certain tracks, like from your past? Do you actually feel bad about having released them?
Yeah. Do you have such a tracks in your discography?
Yeah,
I'm sure you have. yeah. So obvious thing, right? So.
Also around that time, Gangbang, that release on Peace Off, that was fucking brilliant. I hammered that record, hammered it, and I still play it to this day. I played it at Dominator when I DJ'd there in 2019.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. I still love that shit.
Yeah, supposed to be a party. I mean, dance floor mover. Yeah, and also dance floor friendly track, but at the same time very powerful. And this is what I was trying to get when I was producing Gangbang. And I watched a lot of porn movies.
Pardon?
You know, Gangbang. You know.
I'm trying to work out how it was relevant. Obviously, we were all watching gangbang porn movies, but how did that get? Was there some hidden samples?
I'm kidding. Yeah, there's no hidden samples, bro. Yeah. I don't know. There's just a tune that's supposed to be powerful, and I'm really glad you like it.
Somebody else is in the chat has called out the. Real Battle was one of the favourites from that era. That was a good one, and it had Sparta on the other side, which is a fucking monster. I love that one. Yeah, for sure. So I guess that takes us up to the next track that I've got here. 2012, another landmark track, blew everybody away. This Is What I Am on SmackDown. I'm just going to go straight into it. Let's go.
no turning back now. This is what makes me. This is what I am.
You can hate me now, I won't stop, but I won't stop now. Cause I can't stop now. Do it now. You can hate me now. You can hate me now, I won't stop, but I won't stop now. Cause I can't stop now. Do it now. You can hate me now. You can hate me now, I won't stop, but I won't stop now. Cause I can't stop now. Do it now. But I won't stop now. Cause I can't stop now. Do it now. You can hate me now.
Right.
So yeah.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, this was...
Oh, what's happened? Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Something's happened somewhere. Hold on.
I don't hear anything, so I don't know.
You don't hear anything? Oh, it's just local. Okay, my bad. Right, sorry. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, this was a moment when I felt that I can do what I want, you know, and what I hear. And this was also a moment when I said to myself, okay, it's about the right time to show what I can, that I'm different, but at the same time that, you know, I really know how to make this kind of, this mixture of, let's say, crossbreed and hardcore, but it was still more hardcore. But the big inspiration at this time was, for example, the Outside Agency for me and Mr. Hidden. Thank you, Noel, for being on this world, because thanks to you, I also, you know, could go forward with my music.
Well, but, the funny thing is that with this a track like this, I feel like you sort of invented that type of kick, you know, like that sawtooth type of kick.
Yeah.
And it's so powerful, you know. It's like it has so much energy, and it's and like that, to me it was always like one of your signature things, you know, like those types of like really like kicks that, you know, pierce, you know, they're piercing.
Yeah, actually, I was always very focused on a kick drums and on I always tried to get this, special sound of a kick drum.
Yeah.
But obviously, yeah, this is a signature for everyone on the scene. So this is what I was fighting for. But anyways, yeah, this was a very special moment for me. This track, and with this release, everything changed. More bookings, a lot of emails from mainstream guys, even from mainstream guys, and they started to telling me, man, maybe we can make the collab, blah blah blah. At this time, I was refusing. There's only one guy I always wanted to do a collab, which is Angerfist. Not because he's the biggest, but I think he's the most flexible from the mainstream scene. So this was the reason. So yeah.
It felt like at this time, I'm still getting a little echo, by the way. I think it's coming from you, Noel. Have you got open back headphones on? I think it might be leaking into your mic.
Yeah, they are open, but yeah, it's
maybe change the echo cancellation in Zoom.
I'll just turn down my sound a little bit.
Okay.
It's fine.
So, thank you. So, yeah, 2012 was a big year for you. You got signed to Most Wanted / Masters of Hardcore, but also an observation here is that this is when your sound became really refined. Everything before sounded still a little bit experimental, like the art of distortion, galloping. They're rough around the edges, right? It's rough. It's like it still sounds like you're finding your way. But then when we come to This Is What I Am and Testify and stuff like that, it's really like you've polished. This is like you've evolved into the final form, if you like. It felt like that at that time. And so how did the joining to Most Wanted, Masters of Hardcore, and you touched there a little bit on Angerfist as well. How did all of that fit together? What came first? Was it the signing, or was it you made that track and that was the catalyst for the site? How did it all fit together? Because it was all the same year. I'm just wondering, was it just a really fucking good year, or did it like, was there a method to it? How did it all fit together?
Joining Masters of Hardcore. I wasn't very much into it at this time, and I said to myself, is it really a good idea to join the biggest booking agency on the market with my fucked up music, where it will end up, and how can I survive there? So this was actually a tough decision for me, but my wife helped me. She told me, just fucking sign the contract. and I did it, but she was right, because I really can't complain on being a part of Masters of Hardcore. They are doing a very good job. But anyways, I was really scared. I started to play tracks like, for example, This Is What I Am or Testify on bigger stages on Masters of Hardcore. I was a part of Masters of Hardcore tour, so the beginning was kind of scary for me and a bit stressy. But then I found out that there's still that I can also attract masses with my completely mental and fucked up sound, especially at this time. So it all worked well. Wife signed the contract. Igor just did it, and I'm a part of Masters of Hardcore. I wasn't sure about it, so there's also her part in it.
Right.
So greetings to my wife. She's watching us probably right now. So
greetings. Good job. I'm gonna transition into another track. I'm gonna go to from this year, since we're on 2012, because it was your year. let's play Testify, because this is another screamer. Let's go.
It was
No, tell me after. Okay. Absolutely iconic, and like Robert says in the chat, timeless. Still stands.
Yeah,
strong today.
Thank you. Yeah, I still play this track sometimes. This is the funniest thing, you know. This was just for me, it was just a simple receipt to when I was making this track. I mean, there's never a receipt for a good track, but I just knew that I have to keep what I started, keep doing what I started. So I knew I need some good sample, interesting intro, and a very powerful drop with my kick drums. And I knew from the very beginning when I started to make this track that this track gonna be probably definitely more successful than my tracks from the past. And Garrett contacted me at this time. Greetings to because I also, thanks to this guy, the wider audience heard my tracks, and more people started to know my music. So I was really glad that he gave me an opportunity to release on Prospect Recordings. And my first release was with Testify. So, game changer. It was a game changer for me.
Definitely. Awesome. And so Gareth signed that release, and he also snapped up another one of your iconic tracks. And I'm just going to go straight into this because we're on a roll now. Let's go into Total Confusion, because this one's, again, amazing.
I played this track at Defcon.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's fucking brilliant. Right, let's go.
Y'all ready?
We've lost a DJ hidden. So for me, this is like your masterpiece. Like, I really love this track, and I'll tell you why it is. And it's only for me. It might not be for you, but I'm from the UK. I have a rave background. I have a jungle background. That intro just makes me it does things to me that I can't explain. It's just yes. It's just all yes. And then the long, drawn out, like, atmosphere. It's just like seminal rave stuff. I just want to throw things when the kick comes in. It's absolutely, yeah.
Thank you,
Great
bro.
work, man.
Yeah, and actually, my roots is also UK hardcore.
Yeah.
Because back in the 90s, I had a friend, and his father was living in London at this time, so he had like lots of UK hardcore CDs and vinyls. And when I was, the whole process when I was doing this track was I just took all these records from him, and I started to listen to old UK hardcore stuff, this happy hardcore stuff. And I said to myself, okay, it's about the right time to bring back those memories and just to merge it with some very rough hardcore sounds. And this is how this track came out, from my head. So, I'm still very proud of this track, really. And especially because it was also played by some drum and bass guys. For example, I remember Limex played this track during his set in Budapest at some drum and bass gig, and some other guys, So yeah, I was like double pride of myself. So this is one of those tracks that I'm really happy about. And other thing, I remember I asked Noel at Prospect Gig before this track came out on vinyl. Noel, did you have much work on master when you had to master this track? And he told me, not really, man. Actually, I had nothing to do, So maybe some levels, loudness, blah blah blah. But I was really really happy about this tune.
Yeah, it's a really good tune. I played it a lot actually myself. I love it. So
really glad, bro. Yeah. So, Joey, what's next?
Well, next is we're arriving at 2015 and the Bazzmurda Distocore thing launches. I know we touched on it a little bit before, but it's had quite a great success and quite a lot of people use it. I just wondered if you could just talk about that a little bit. Like, how did it? You had the idea with your friends from KTS, and what was the process? How did you go about it, and etc.
My friend Bula, he was always obsessed by kick drums, and like most of the people from the hardcore scene and crossbreed and industrial and so on. And he told me, man, I just want to create a synthesizer that you can really make a pure industrial kick drums using it. At the beginning, I was afraid because I was like, okay, if I give him all my knowledge about my kick drums, my own kick drums, I will struggle to make. I mean, it's like I was working on my own sound for like, I don't know, more than 20 years. And then suddenly my friend asked me if he can make a synthesizer that generates exactly the same kick drums as I do, So I was like, come on, man, what the fuck, You want to ruin my career, But from other side, I was like, okay, let's do it. So this will be a big challenge for myself to create something fresh and something new. So this is the reason why I also don't use Bazzmurda myself too much. I used it for a few tracks, maybe 3. One of them is the one that I released on Masters of Hardcore called Zero Fucks Given. It's all Bazzmurda kick drums. But after that, I said to myself, okay, I have to really find out a new DAW to make a new kick drums, because actually you can really generate almost the same kicks as I do using Bazzmurda.
Mm-hmm. Zero Fucks Given, that was the one that Cam did the artwork for, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's evolved. What version is it on now? I lost track.
I don't know. I've got the latest one, but not here on my laptop. But there's the newest version is just amazing, to be honest, because I was testing it obviously before it came out. Gives you so many possibilities. So if someone's interested, just check it out, guys, because the newest version of Bazzmurda is just huge. You can actually also work on very nice drum and bass lines there. It's not only about kick drums right now.
I know a bunch of people use that. I know Seb Chaos Engine swears by it. Jeff Brackshaw uses it. Mykoz, who was in the chat before, uses it.
Yeah.
Rene, who was in the New Blood, he uses it as well. It's a thing, and people do use it a lot.
I ruined my old kick drums by Bazzmurda. Old Igor style. Have to find out something new.
You use it as well, right, Noel? You use Bazzmurda?
No, actually, but I have my. I don't really use VSTs to create kicks, so I usually because I work in Renoise and I have my own like little techniques to put things together. So it's but I do find it interesting and I do find the approach interesting. But yeah, I have my own ways of doing things.
I knew that you didn't. I was poking you. Shout to Liam Versatile in the chat. How you doing, buddy? I look forward to seeing you soon. All right, so 2015. This is when you started to become more buddy with Dave Ignian System and coming up with the Innominate project. I think you were friends way before that, obviously, but man. I mean, like the Innominate thing was conceptualized 2015, 2016, right?
We played a lot back-to-back, so-called back-to-back sets, even before 2015. But at this time, we just we just found out that we really like to do it together. So why not to make a tracks together as different project? So this is how Innominate came out, and we're always having fun to produce together and to play together. And it's like a very simple story. I love this guy. We know each other for ages. I love his style and the way he puts emotion into the music. We are at the same, quite the same level of thinking about producing. So. It was just natural, I would say. Like,
do you prefer working together in the studio, or do you work separately? So you send each other stems?
Separately, definitely. Yep. With Davey separately. We did one track in a studio together, but most of the time we work separately. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Anything new on the horizon from Innominate?
Who knows? This is Innominate, so these days we don't have any new projects started, but it's just like that with an Innominate. For example, Dave can send me some intro and he will tell me, man, just check it out. Maybe you can do something with it, and then I can agree or not. I can tell him, man, this is rubbish, or man, this rocks, and we start a new track together. Who knows? But nothing started yet together.
Mm-hmm. All right. So around 2016 was another one of your big hits, and a shout to your roots, straight out of Kielce. Have I said it right?
Yes.
Yes.
Kielce.
Sorry.
Yes.
Straight out of Kielce, again on Prospect. But a big shout to where you came from. I respect that because it's important. Let's drop it, man. I know I keep saying this, but that's a banger, and I played it yesterday.
I played this track at DEF CON too. This was a moment when I said to myself, I wanna have another crossbreed track that will attract masses.
Yeah.
Obviously, when I started to make a track, I never, and obviously the whole process isn't like this, that I'm sitting in front of my computer in the studio and telling myself, okay, and today I'm gonna make a hit, because it wasn't like that. But when I started this track and make a first drop, I was like, okay, this can be successful, and probably people will love this tune. And so yeah, this is the reason why I really was doing this track for like 2 months, I think. The other struggle was that I moved to a new house. I didn't have a studio, so I was working in an empty room. There was like lots of echoes. Obviously, it's like super hard to work in this kind of conditions. So the whole track is made on headphones. After that, I was even like, maybe I should make every track on headphones, because I just can't work with monitors, studio monitors. But yeah, this is the story behind the Straight Outta Kielce track. And it was also like, when I was working on this tune, I was like, I had some flashbacks from the past when I was a kid, like the frustrated kid. So this is why track is called Straight Outta Kielce. Also, you know, so it was played by, I think, a lot of guys from the hardstyle scene, mainstream scene, almost everyone. I was shocked, and yeah, I'm really glad about. I'm really happy that I did this track. You know,
the sick intros with the ravey elements and the cool vocals. It's such a killer combo. It's just a win. Yeah.
I just realized how hard is talk about own tracks.
Yeah, it's fine and it's normal. It's normal, and yeah, I get it. Everyone's the same.
Yeah.
Well, some people. Frank is not. Frank is not. Not so difficult to talk. So there's that, and then 2017. this was a really big one for you. You were on the Angerfist album with collab with him. A landmark for you, I guess, a milestone, a kind of a a realization that you've made it to make a track with Angerfist. It's one of those career highlights, isn't it?
It is, because it's like not everyone can make a track with him. This is the first thing, and second thing is that I really feel I felt sometimes and I'm still feeling like I wanna push more industrial sound into mainstream dance floor, and for me the one of the bridges to do it was Angerfist. So this is also the reason why we did this track together.
Mm-hmm. And how did that work? Was it in the studio together or sending stems back and forth as well?
I will tell you right after you play the track. Don't play it, obviously. Don't play the whole track because everyone knows it. But I will tell you how.
Okay. All right. I'll play it right now then. On it. Let's go.
Live from 187 land, and it's those guys again. Yeah, that's right. What up, what up, what up? Big G's, big G's, big G's, big G's, big G's. Gangsters, putting it down right, cause we don't allow pranksters. The streets gets worse, but still a brother keeps trying. Kick and straight gangsterism. Gangsterism. Be the best. Gangsterism. Right, cause we don't allow pranksters. Cause we don't allow pranksters. Straight gangsterism. Gangsterism. Rolling in my hood.
So, tell us.
Okay, so it was like Danny and me. We were trying to make a track for I think more or less 4 years, but we just couldn't find time he was obviously somewhere around the world playing his music. I was focused on different things, but one day he told me, man, it's about the right time to make this track together. I was like, okay, I'm ready. So, and he was like, do you have something on your hard drive? And I was like, yeah, I've got a melody already. And if you want, I can work on a kick drum part, on a first drop part. So this is what I did. I just did this melody part. I did the drop and I sent it to him. And this was like 2 days before my off with my family on Tenerife. So I sent it to him. He was quiet and I went to Tenerife. And we went there for like a week. And I think it was the 5th day of our off. He wrote me a message, check your email. I was like, okay. I checked the email and there was actually the whole sketch of the Gangsterism tracks there. Obviously, it sounded a bit different. The snare was completely rubbish. I sent him my own snare drum and he used some, but then he was also laughing about the snare drum. But whatever. Probably he was like, okay, he probably gonna send me a better snare drum. But I was really shocked because actually almost the whole track was finished, you know? I was like, okay, just because I had my laptop with me, with a sound card and with headphones, I was like, okay, give me like 1 hour. I will do all the changes in the track because he was pushing me to finish it because it was a track for his album. So I was like, okay, give me 1 hour and I will send you a final version. And this is what I did. I finished this track on Tenerife. My family was somewhere, you know, in the swimming pool, and I was, you know, sitting in a hotel room trying to finish it. Yeah, exactly. Actually, because it was too sunny day, you know, and I was trying to just finish this track and to make it as best as possible, you know. So yeah, and then after that, I after 1 hour or 1 hour and a half, I sent him a finished track, and yeah, and after like I think 2 weeks, it was released, you know. So it was very quick collaboration, but everyone knows that if you work with Danny, you have to be quick because he hasn't much time, so he's always in a rush.
Yeah, well, I can imagine. He's a busy guy all the time.
Busy guy. Yeah.
So that was a really big one for you, and we're nearly kind of up to modern day now, I think. In terms of releases, anyway. Obviously, the last 2 years has been a write-off, anyway, pretty much.
This track is overplayed.
Yeah, it's because you haven't released anything really significant since, I don't think so. It's the last hot Igor thing, like, you know, it's about to happen.
Yeah. but I'm working on some new stuff also with Danny.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Because you were working on an album at some point. How's that coming along?
You know, it was like I started to work on an album during COVID times. But like I told you before, like I did, I think 6 or 7 tracks, but 4 of them or 3 of them went to the trash can because I just hate them, and the rest is like unfinished. And also I started the track with Danny during COVID, so finally we have like the whole sketch of a track. So I really hope we can finish it this year.
And during that time over COVID, you also started up your own label, and you did the remasters. What's
digital label? Yeah,
it's a label.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's a label. Yeah, I was like, it's about the right time to show some people that really don't know my music from the past what I was doing, and what I was doing in the past. So this was my main idea of doing an Igor Records. Just to remaster my old stuff and just to show people how much tracks I did actually, and that was the main reason.
Well, and also I was glad that happened, not just because you were being productive and having some kind of output at that time, but I'd been playing my own remasters of your older stuff, and I was glad that you'd redone them so that I could start spinning those instead. So thanks for that.
And I was also the same, I was happy that I can play my old tracks these days because I did the remasters for myself, and also I was I was also like, I forgot about some of those tracks, and because it was so many tunes, in over 20 years. That, I'm glad I have them back on my hard drive.
And in the meantime, you also started back up with KTS, doing stuff with the Terror Squad again. I saw you had a vinyl release out recently.
Yeah.
Nice. So it's everything's coming back around to a rebirth again.
It's more like how to call it. It was important for us to have at least one release on vinyl, and we I just could hang it on my wall, and I was happy about it. But this is not a new step for KTS, and nothing new. Nothing gonna happen, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing.
With your remasters, didn't you feel like you wanted to change a whole bunch of things with the tracks, or were you still happy with the way that they were? Or do you feel it's such a legacy that you wanted to just keep them as is? Or did you want to change all sorts of things?
No, I just wanted to keep them like they are, and especially with the KTS tracks, it's old Amiga and Fast Tracker sound, so Did
you have a hard time remastering them?
Of course, man. Of course.
Yeah.
It was a huge struggle, but I did what I could, and I'm happy that they are playing a bit better,
It was also nice because a lot of people reintroduced themselves to you, or were hearing you for the first time, your older stuff for the first time, and stuff that they didn't know. I mean, when this first came out, my timeline was crazy on social media with people like sharing these and going, "Oh my god, I can't believe this is out!" And yeah, it was a nice thing to happen at that time, especially during COVID, when everyone was starting to have depression and getting pissed off with things. It was like, oh shit, these are out and they sound fresh, and it was nice. I'm glad you did that, and I guess it was good for you too, because it wasn't the best time for anybody right then, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think we're pretty much caught up. Let me just check if I have any other notes here. What's next, dude? What's going on?
What's next?
Yeah.
Just be patient and give me more time to produce any tracks. I've got a lot of ideas in my head. Also, found out a few new ways to make key drums and new sounds. Just the thing is that I just don't have that much time as I had in the past these days. Family, a regular job, so I also have to focus on different things. But like I told you, I'm working on some new stuff. It's not like I'm somewhere else. I don't give a shit about the scene or the music, because music is the most important thing in my life, and it will never change.
Yeah.
So,
All right. I've got people.
New Igor is coming.
New Igor's
I promise.
Okay, I know it's coming because I've got one. I'm not gonna play it yet. Maybe I'll play it towards the end of the show and see who's still about and gets the bonus material. But I am gonna play one more track from you because several people have requested this in the chat as we've been going along, and it's Give Me Some More. What's not to like about this? So this is for you guys in the chat. Give me some more. Let's close the interview part on this.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
And we'll be back in a minute. Maybe one more drop. One more drop. I'll allow it. All right. Somebody said in the chat, I want to cut someone and drink their blood. People saying they want to smash their house up. I'd kick your nan down the I'd kick your nan down the stairs with this guy any day. It's a chucker. We've got an emoji for that. Brilliant. Superb. Igor, thanks for coming on for the interview. We really appreciate that and letting us in and digging deep on stuff. It's a really pleasure. And I think what you've done has been like monumental for the scene, especially within the industrial hardcore sound, and also for the UK sound and the crossover and all of that kind of stuff. I think you're one of the real heroes of our scene. So thank you for coming on the show. Respect, man. Respect.
Thank you very much, guys. Love you.
Right. So next up, we have got our last section. We have got the What's Hot section.
What's hot?
So What's Hot is a selection of stuff that's out now, about to come out, forthcoming, etc., within the scene. We have got a bunch of stuff here. I'm going to try and fly through these as quick as possible because I don't want the show to run too late. So let's just jump straight into it with brand new Technoist. Techno track, Step Outside, slowing things down. Enjoy, everybody. heavy stuff from the Technoist there. I don't know why that's there.
But this is different mic.
Yeah, it's Mike Technoist, but it's his techno alias.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking cool.
I really like it. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is out on. Sorry, Noel, go on.
No. I was just commenting that it's good. You know, it's it's balanced. It sounds nice. So yeah.
That's out now on Hard Electronic, which is basically industrial strength techno. I've put a link in the chat there. There's also remixes there from Lenny D and Malk, and there's a Basic remix, and there's even a Slave to Society remix on there, which is a bit more breakcore-y. So interesting release, an eclectic splash of sounds. Go and check it out, guys. Fucking cool music. Next up, speaking about aggressive music, new Spare Limbs, which is Jipe and Nagasaki, two of my favourites at the moment, out in third movement. Let's go.
Follow-up of patient number 9 on request from Smith Walter. Patient name, Raken Al-Mutala. Gender, male, age 28. After Raken's first evaluation, it is safe to say that he'll be staying here for a while. I was able to get him to talk about his paranoia. The patient believes that the whole scenario has been organized by some evil corporation in order to brainwash him into subjugation.
Where are my limbs?
What the fuck do you want, huh? I'm right here!
Limbs.
Brainwash him. Brainwash him into subjugation. Follow-up of patient number 9 on request from Smith Walter. Patient name, after Raken's first evaluation, it is safe to say that he'll be staying here for a while. I was able to get him to talk about his paranoia. The patient believes that the whole scenario has been organized by some evil corporation in order to brainwash him into subjugation.
Where are my limbs?
I'm right here! I'm right! I'm right! I'm right!
Brainwash him.
I'm right! I'm right!
Patient.
Here! Here!
Ooh, absolute weapons grade stuff, and that is out now on third movement. Third movement. Oh, third movement shop. I think it's on here, right? I'm not sure if it's on here because it's digital. Help me out, Davey. Drop a link in the chat for that. I guess it's on the Bandcamp third movement, right? Here we go. Bandcamp third movement. Boom. So load. There we go. That is out now. on the third movement. The other track there, Call Me Red, is also a banger. I'm putting a link in the chat. As I said before, this is the new alias / collaboration of Nagasaki and Jipe, which, if you ask me, is a collab that makes absolute sense because they have a very similar sound, which is quite funny, really, because Jasper's sound is so unique, and then Nagasaki came along with a very, very similar sound. So very cool, and I'm glad that they're working together. And yeah, keep it going, guys. That's fucking gangster. I hear that they're working on some 200 BPM breakcore as well, so I'm looking forward to hearing that from those guys. Absolutely wrecking stuff. Good shit, guys. Awesome. Next up, we have got somebody called False Idol. Let's go. Buckle up, motherfuckers.
You ready to do this? Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. Buckle up, motherfuckers. Alright, listen up. This is the big one. Buckle up, motherfuckers.
To leave you all with this. And if you've been on the fence about me tonight one way or another, then please, guys, please. Allow me to knock you clean the fuck off.
Noel, you cheeky monkey with the tempo switch in that track, causing DJs headaches all over the world. What's the final BPM on that track?
Well, it actually, starts at 155 and then goes to 175, which is convenient for me, you know? It's like, I like it because it's a nice transition track. Yeah. Also, the sample or the melody is not from Carrie. I saw that in the chat. Like, I wrote it myself. So,
oh, nice.
I saw someone post that, like, I don't know, said something like it's from Carrie, right?
And like, Butterfist is asking if it's an Anthony Jeselnik sample.
That could be. That could be. I don't know.
Spotted, sir.
Yeah, that he could be right. I'm not. I can't remember, but yeah, something like that.
And Nagasaki said at the end of the Spare Limbs track, he said, Jasper, I said that Jasper's been quiet in the chat tonight. He said, Jasper's busy stealing Igor samples and I'm stealing Jasper's ones. It's like a merry-go-round of sample jackers. Amazing. Next up, I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to play the new Sinister Souls. Judge, a bit of drum and bass for you guys. Have it. Big stuff. That's from the new Sinister Souls album that's about to come out on Prospect. Unless it did come out, I'm not sure. It's about to.
I think it was released, right? I think it was released, but I'm not sure either. So,
let's have a look. Prospect.
It is this release.
Yeah, it's just come out on Prospect. So check out Prospect Bandcamp for that. Somebody says, yeah, it's out. Whole album. If you like classic Sinister Soul sound and some variations on that, then check it out, because he's even managed to put some of his synthwave influences into some of the tracks. So it's really worth a dig on that one. Shout out to Fred. I'm I'm going to switch it up again now. We're going to play something from the Tripped new release. We're going to play Haven't You Learned Anything? Shout to Francis in the chat. Awesome release, just out by Francis Tripped on Mad Inch 3. I actually have this record here. It's a fucking good release, and he did the artwork himself on this, you know. It's pretty fucking cool, right? Like that.
Good job.
Good job. It's on sale right now. I don't think he's got many left, actually. So if you haven't got it, go and get your copy. And while we're on the subject of Francis Tripped, if you didn't get your Monstera release yet, then we've still got a couple of these bad boys left. Francis is on fire at the moment, and this one's a fucking collector's item, so go and grab it from the Oblivion store. All right. Next up, another one from Noel and Maxime. Let's, on other side, let's go.
Nothing happens without
Nice.
Definitely.
Yeah, nice. And somebody said in the chat, springy. I agree with that. It is springy.
Yeah, I think that's the bit of the catharsis influence there, with that kick. Yeah. It's interesting to work with these guys because they do stuff that I wouldn't do, but that creates really interesting tracks. So I love it.
Yeah, and cool guys as well, especially Maxim. I don't know Catharsis so well, but Maxim, really nice guy.
Hugo's great too. Hugo's great too. Yeah,
a lot of time. You guys set at Meadow Rave was fucking insane. The bass that came out of that system. Oh my god! And I was dancing with your daughter actually at the front. It was very surreal. It was brilliant. What a moment! I loved it.
It was so much fun. Yeah. She actually really enjoyed herself, so that was really nice.
Yeah, super cool.
Yep. Yeah, we decided to just bring her because DEFCON is still like a little ambitious, but this was the right gig and it felt really right to do this. So
it's definitely the right gig and the right place for it because it's like a family feel there. There's no
exactly.
There's nothing to worry about in terms of aggression or theft or anything like that. Everyone there's just really
exactly
cool. It's just a nice place. Yeah. All right, I'm going to keep it moving. I've got a couple more to play and then we'll do a couple of questions. I don't want to go too late. I'm getting a bit tired. So I'm going to take us back in time. We're going to go back. Imagine, close your eyes. We're in front of a sound system in a muddy field and there's 23s everywhere. And this is playing. ...1993... When Spiral Tribe congregated in Berlin in the winter of 93, they found themselves squatting a series of trailers at Potsdamer Platz. In one of these trailers, R-Zac was born. This is the remastered by Stefan ZMK R-Zac release, which is Spiral Tribe. Let me just bring this up on the screen. Boom. Boom. So, musically, the duo were transitioning from the UK breakbeat techno as the Spiral Tribe live set into what would become R-Zac's signature hard psychedelic sound. This double LP marks the beginning of that journey. So, yeah, this is basically all of the classic Spiral Tribe free party tracks that were originally pressed to be as cheap and accessible as possible, but ended up being much sought after collector's items, and now they've been remastered and they're being re-released on Prospect. And the good news for everybody who is still tuned in is we've got 2 copies of this to give away. So if you want to win yourself a copy of this record, it's really simple. Share the stream on your social media now, make sure it's public, tag Oblivion Underground, tag Prospect, and put the hashtag Oblivion Show. I'll say again, share the stream onto your social media, tag the Prospect page, tag the Oblivion page, and do a hashtag Oblivion Show, and we're going to give away 2 copies of this LP to 2 of our viewers. Easy. Right. I'm going to move on to the next one. We have got 2, maybe 3 more tracks maximum to play. If anybody has any questions for either me or Noel or Igor, then now's the time to think about them, because we'll take a few questions at the end and then we're going to call it. So, next up, our friend Daniel Detest is back with a 2022 revisit of Escape from Fucking Nowhere. Let's go.
With no power comes no responsibility. Except that wasn't true. Except that wasn't true.
This fucking guy comes out of nowhere.
Power.
Nice. That's the new Detest, and that is out on Motormouth. 1 second, I'm just going to bring that up. Motormouth Records, Bandcamp. Boom. Yep, that's available here on the Motormouth Records Bandcamp. I'm going to put that into the chat right now. Also, the False Idol release from Noel that we played before, that's also there, available on the Bandcamp. That's a 3-tracker from Noel, one before. And this one from Daniel is also a 3. So there's that one, and then there's some stuff that's more like his more current sound as well. So go and grab that if you like it. Support your shit. All right, last one I'm going to play tonight, and then we're going to jump into some questions. This was New Blood. This is now what's hot. This is the latest signing to Oblivion Underground. Mr. Butterfist, proud of you, bro. Let's go. All right, so Butterfist, yeah, this is like a testament to what the New Blood is. That's the next Oblivion release. Butterfist is someone who's been with us from the show from the beginning. He's come up through the New Bloods. He's taken the mentoring and advice on board, and he's just about to release a 4-track EP on Oblivion, on the next Oblivion. What can I say? Congratulations, and it makes me proud to think that there's product coming from what we're doing, and that people are getting something from this. Someone in the chat said, "Oh, people from the New Blood being signed to Oblivion." Yeah, we've signed 4 people from the New Blood, and other labels have signed people. It's not just us. There's people gone to various labels that have come through the New Blood. So yeah, shout out to you guys who are grinding and sending your music in and listening and keeping coming back. And shout out to Butterfist, man, because you fucking deserve this shit. And I can't wait to unleash that on the world. So big up to you, mate. Respect, and you fully deserve it. And that's a good end to the What's Hot section, I think. Big up. Where have I got the What's Hot? No.
What's
yes,
hot?
It worked. All right. So that's the end of the main part of the show. We've just got a little bit of time left now for a couple of questions. I'm going to jump into, first of all, I'm going to go into, I'm going to close that. I'm going to, okay. I'm going to bring up the Discord here, because within our Discord, which is our Discord channel, if you like, we asked our members for questions, so I'm going to do these ones as priority. We've got a question here for you, Igor. There we go. What was your, let's see that. What was your most favorite release that you did, and what was your least favorite? I guess this could be for both of you guys, actually. I go first. What was your favorite release that you did, and your least favorite release that you did?
I think the one with Testify on Prospect. This is my favorite release I did. Mm-hmm. And what was the second question again?
Least favorite.
Okay. Straight out of Kielce.
That was your least favorite?
What latest favorite or
no, least like the less you did not like, the one that you released that you don't like.
All right, sorry. I thought it's latest favorite. Sorry, Jesus, like a lot. To be honest, about 25 releases, so hard to point one. But
I can see how hard Noel is thinking right now, by the way. Just as a side note, I can see his face. I can feel your hand on the desk just clenching.
Because it's a hard question, actually. It's a hard question. Yeah, I would say the Art of Distortion was on strike. Really?
Okay. Yeah. Noel, you want to pass?
Well, it's difficult, I mean, there's certain tracks that jump out for me. I mean, but it's mostly because, I don't know, they did something for the scene or something like that, like Times Like These or something like that. But I'm kind of proud of like most of the stuff that I do. Least favorite would be stuff that maybe I rushed at the time and I felt could be better, and then I re-released it or I remastered it or something like that, and then it became what I wanted it to be. So, it's difficult to and I've released a lot of tracks. So, least favorite, I don't know. It's like, usually I'm
too hard.
Usually I'm quite happy with the stuff that I put out, It's like,
okay,
I don't know.
All right, I'm going to move on. Good question, too difficult. Next question I'm going to take, this is from Butterfist, actually. He's got two questions. How often / how much time do you spend making music? I go first. Yeah, I know that Noel's answer already. All the time. I go.
These days, 1 day per week. 3-4 years ago, and when we moved back, like even 10 years ago, it was like 9 hours a day, 10 hours a day.
Noel?
Constantly. I'm even working on tracks when I'm not in the studio, as in my head. Ironically, because of this situation here, I was constantly trying to imagine what it would be like to do a collab with Igor. It's like what would happen if we do that? I saw someone mention that we should do some sort of like track with a lot of
Can I sign it, please? I'd like to sign it. I'd like to get first dibs on that.
But I mean, if you're up for it, I'm up for it. So let's, It's but yeah, that's what was in my head right now, and it's like usually all the time. And the advantage of doing all sorts of different genres is that I can also, like, I don't know, think of, I don't know, more relaxing music when I'm in a more relaxed mood, you know. So that's basically how I work.
If I can change a bit my answer, because Noel said something very important. I always hear sounds in my head, so I'm producing every time. Even sometimes I wake up at night and I want to go downstairs to my studio, but I can't because I have to, be fresh in the morning.
Yeah.
But I produce everywhere, every time.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for the answers, guys. Another one. What's the longest break that you've ever had without making any music? And I'll go to Noel first for this one.
If you just skip the parts where it's in my head, because that has been going on.
Yeah. Like actually sat at a workstation.
Maybe when I go on holiday, But I usually bring my laptop. And I have, like, I don't know, Renoise installed on my laptop. So if I really want to, I could still do stuff. Like, for instance, I wrote the piano on one of my Samuel Mime albums. I wrote that piano part while I was on the plane from Australia to Europe. I had nothing better to do. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to... And the only thing I had installed was Renoise and a piano VST. So that's what I could do. So I wrote a piano piece, And the flight was quite long. So, I started writing it when we went up and, like, I don't know, just worked on it while I was flying. And, I think, I don't know, a couple of weeks, maybe, something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next question for Igor. What do you do as a day job? From Robert.
These days, I'm a sales manager in a building company. So it's a quite time-consuming job. But I have to find a way to, also have time to produce music. And slowly I'm getting on the right path, because at the beginning it was pretty stressful change for me, because most of my life I was just in the studio, but COVID suddenly changed a lot, so I had to switch my mind for something completely different. But I'm more often in a studio right now, so I'm really happy about it.
Okay. Thank you to a random DJ who's just gifted 5 Oblivion Underground memberships to people in the chat. Big up, man. That's the first time anybody's gifted memberships, and he's giving them out to people now for free, which is a paid subscription to the Oblivion channel. He's giving them out to people in the chat. Respect, man. Respect. Look at that. First time that's happened. Nice one. Next questions. I'm trying to find some. Go here. If any of you guys have seen a question that you want to answer, then go ahead. I'm scrolling.
I saw one about when was the last time I dropped Lethal Injection in a set. Which is a very long time ago. The only thing about Lethal Injection that I could say is that I actually made some sort of happy hardcore version of that, and I wonder if people would be interested if I put that on Bandcamp. So if so, I'll try to find it because it's I only put it on some sort of CD. That's not happy hardcore. It's more like, I don't know, suburban bass, Night Force type of stuff. Anyway, but if people are interested, I can put it on Bandcamp. So
I think the answer to that is just going to be yes. So just do it. Oh, Cam's just become a member. Thanks, Cam. Question for DJ Hidden. Last show when you were invited as a guest, we listened to a track in the What's Hot section called Schizophonic Chaos Theorem, the Outside Agency remix. When is it being released?
A good question. I think when he finishes the other tracks he's doing, it is intended for Prospect. So let's see what happens. I have that remix ready. I'll probably polish it a bit by the time that the release comes out. I'm probably also mastering the release, so I have that ability. All I know is that he's writing some really good stuff, and when it comes out, you should definitely check it out because it's he's very talented.
Jed's a beast. He's a beast, and he's a humble, nice guy as well.
Yep.
A lot of time for Jed. Really, really nice guy. Igor, will there be a Selected Works remastered part 4?
Never, because I don't have.
I ran out of music.
Yeah, I don't have that much track. I don't have that much track that I wanna master. So only 3 parts.
Okay.
The part 3 was the last one.
Okay. Trip says, is this the first show that we didn't do any shots? Yes, it is the first show that we didn't do any shots. And I'm glad because I'm trying to stay sober. I've had 2.5 beers during this show, and that's good going. Normally it's very different. Let's just say that. A question to both. How do you remember ideas that you come up with in your head? Do you take notes or do you record little bits of vocal, like beatboxing, singing, etc.?
Notes.
I do notes on my phone actually. Yeah, I just write things down. You know, it's like and certain melodies. Usually, a melody I try to go to the studio as fast as possible and at least play something. You know, so that I have an idea of what it's gonna be. Or I whistle and I just use my dictaphone on my phone. You know, just to. And then hope that I remember what was in my head when I was actually thinking of the real melody, that sort of thing. It's really difficult when you have chords in your head,
And when you whistle, the fun is usually when you whistle, it sounds really crappy next day.
Yep.
I'm always like, Jesus, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. I also, for my ideas, not music production related, but DJing related combos or for stuff to do with the label or different projects that I'm working on, I make notes. I use something called Trello to list all my notes and to prioritize them all and move them about. If you saw my Trello list, you probably have a fucking heart attack. Anyway. Question for Noel. I remember buying your first release on Mokomu in 1997. Definitely different to your current sound. Are you embarrassed about the tracks that you made back then?
No, not at all. I'm still very happy with tracks that came out on the release. I probably would have mixed them differently, but they were what I wanted to release at the time. And of course, I wouldn't release that stuff now anymore. But at the time, that's what I wanted to do. And I'm quite happy with the release. It did very well at the time. We were, we never released anything, and back then, records still sold lots, and it did really well, and it helped us to gain some momentum, and that's how we started getting gigs, etc. So I'm super happy with it. The only thing is that at the time I didn't realize that when you're a DJ you actually want mixable intros, stuff like that, so my tracks are really difficult to mix. And that's something that I gradually started changing because of the fact that I had to mix them myself, and I discovered that was really hard. But other than that, no, I wouldn't change the thing. I'm still happy with it. Yeah.
Big shout to Robert616 who's just gifted 5 memberships to people in the chat. This shit's exploding. Like, people are paying for other people's memberships and just gifting people in the chat. This is like The first time this ever happened. Like, this is crazy. Respect, guys. Fucking love. Nothing but love. Look at fucking... That's crazy, man. I can't believe that shit. Nice one. I'm going to take 2 more questions in the chat and then we're done. It's bedtime. Fucking, we're old men. Come on. I'm trying to find another one. Any chance to be that? Yeah, go.
Oh, when will there be new Semi-O-Mime music? I saw that, so I'll just answer that. I'm working on a new album.
Of course you are.
I'm working. Yeah. It's actually needs to be done this year. So because I have a couple of things attached to it. So I'm going to work really hard in the coming months to actually finish that. It's different. It's very different because I wanted to go a different route with Semi-O-Mime. So it might surprise some people, but at the same time, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. One more question. I'm not asking that one random DJ because you always ask that. It's fucking embarrassing. Igor, who is your favorite DJ and why is it Joey T? Oh, what the fuck. Not a question, but a compliment to Noel. I really enjoyed your back-to-back sets on the silent disco of the Funky Cat on DEFCON 1 camping. That's sweet. No. One more question, and we're wrapping this shit up. Come on, don't be shy. First one that comes. Here we go. Jay Trusted. Question for Noel. The first time I was going to see you live, I was instructed to keep pulling your ponytail. I didn't do that, but if I did, would you have punched me?
No, I don't punch people unless they... I punched a guy once backstage because he was being really annoying. And he didn't expect me to punch him because I'm really kind of pacifist. But, that was the one time I punched someone. But no, that is not an invitation for people to start pulling my hair, by the way. Because, it might be different.
Yeah.
No, but no. Please don't.
All right. I've got one last question for you both. What one piece of advice would you give to an aspiring DJ or producer if you could get into their ear right now? What's the one single most important thing that you've learned or that you would tell somebody?
Break rules, be yourself, and just keep doing what was in your head.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. And just believe in yourself. No, don't give up, because it's it can be very tempting to start making what other people make, but at the same time, if you have your own sound, that will last you a long time. It's like it will take you farther than just copying each other's sound, so try to be unique, try to find your own niche, try to put your personality in your music, because there's nothing wrong with doing that, and have fun doing it, because that's something a lot of people also forget. It's all like fame and glory, etc., but have fun. It's not, be serious about what you're making, but at the same time try to enjoy what you're doing. So yeah, don't think you want to be in like 5 years on the big stage playing with the heroes you like. Just keep doing the stuff you like, and remember to be yourself.
Be you. It's good advice. Right, so that brings us to the end of today's show. I want to say a special thanks to all of our members on the screen here. Thank thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it. The money that you put into the membership scheme helps us with things like buying equipment, sending it to people for the show, paying for the bills that come along with the show, making sure that these guys have got beers in front of them so that they're nice and loose when they're talking on the show. We really, really appreciate it, all that kind of stuff. So there's something wrong with the members list there, but yeah, we got an extra 20 members today. So yeah, respect to you guys. Thank you very much. And a special thank to you guys for coming on to the show today. I really appreciate it. You're both legends, and I'm really, really thankful for you coming on. Igor, for you coming on for your first time, means a lot to me. And Noel for stepping in for the reasons that we know, to come in and help out. Really appreciate every time that you come on and our interactions. So respect to you both. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute honor for me. I'd like to say thank you to all the people that work behind the scenes on the show. Jay, who's working, helping with the co-production, Cam, Antones, Dean Devastator, Robert, everybody that's involved in the show in one way or another. Respect. Thank you to everybody in the chat for tuning in. It's been a great show, and we're going to leave you on one final note, unless you guys have anything to say.
Just thank you for your invitation, and thank you for being with us. This was a pleasure.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It was another really nice evening. So yeah, it was great.
It's my pleasure. Respect, guys. I'm honored to call you my friends. I'm going to close on something different, which is how we normally close the show. Today, something different is G Jones and EPROM on my mind. Enjoy, everybody. Peace out. Respect. We love you.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye.